Hello. I was trying to have my headphones on, but it doesn't work, obviously. As things happen around here. How are you, Stoney? How is your day going? Also, my Bluetooth is trash. I don't even know if this works. Ah! We're good. How is everything? How was your Wednesday? I guess. I guess that's the day, right? Obviously. Sorry. Testing the. Oh, and the mic is for some reason extremely low compared to the regular thing. Kerry Green, hi. Welcome on in. That's the first message for you. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? All that. Yeah, I feel like I was, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Mic seemed very low. Has not been going yet. Yeah, well, that happens. I hope it goes. But your Wednesday, I talked about your Wednesday, and Wednesday was yesterday for you. So, how was that going? Or did that goes? I don't know. You got a perfect timing on what? You have eggs. I wish I had eggs. That's not true. Um, good. I have a feeling that I either need to swap my entire schedule again and wake up later, or uh, stream earlier. I don't know. It's just there is something that just doesn't work in the everything that I'm trying to do. Mainly, I'm productive after lunchtime, kinda like somewhere in between the 3 p.m. to 6, technically. Kind of more productive there, but that happens. It's fine. Cat, hi. Have a good video working thing, I guess. In the meantime, while we are starting and we are not coding just yet, I'm scared. Um, I've been starting to do these. So if you know, we have the icons in Solid, and as expected, we are also gonna have the icons in duotones and in heavy field things. So today at 3, not even 3, at 4 technically, when I came back, I started to work on this, and so we now have all of the arrows done in duotone. So we have like very basic 2 colors, same color but 2 colors things. So that's pretty simple, pretty easy, and it kind of works. We have some of the gesture because some of them have just the forehand, so I didn't really know how to do duotone for these. We might find a way later, but for now, I didn't really find a way. So that has been added. We have homes with duotone as well, buildings with duotone as well, landmarks. I mean, basically everything. Foods. with duotones. Some of them are just like impossible to get duotones, like the mushrooms leek and the croissant. It's kind of hard to get the duotone thingy working. I've tried. Like, I don't want to just do the feet of the flute or the feet of the wine glass to be off colored like I did here, but maybe I have to do that at some point. So that has been done. Same thing for the UI pattern being like really simple to check. And then I started to do the media thing. So some of them not yet. But no, I don't want to fill with opacity. I want to keep that in line art still in the duo option. But then in the third version, yes, it will be filled in opacity with like a bit of a mix of the lined option and the solid option that we will also do. But that takes a lot of time. So yeah, I did all the medias and I started to do the players. And we have some issues with the radius when we copy paste the icons, so I need to check that. But yeah, we are here. It's going faster than I thought it would, so that's pretty good. The way that it's built and the way that it will be built in the future is this. You have a vector, which is usually the same color that the vector will be in the regular solid just line version, and then you have a 60 that will take 60%. It's the same layer at 60%, it's the same color, it's the same thing. So technically speaking, for example, on the speaker, I know that I don't want to have my speaker visible. I want the I mean, I can do that, yeah. I want the cross to be the most visible thing. Because that's the important part. So I want to do that, and then I take the opposite and I remove the cross, so we don't have like duplicating, overlapping things, just in case at some point you want to change the colors of the second one. But yeah, so that's how it's done. So we have two layers, and that means that when you have the layer selected, the icon selected in duotone, you then just have one color. So if I say red, for example, it still has this nice color. One is lighter than the other. That's the point. Let me read that fast message. I'm a new UI UX journey because my Google certification good, and wanted to improve my knowledge. You're in the right place. One of the streamers recommended you, and I'm glad that I found you. What is your native language? I doubt I know it, but you know, whatever. And as long as I can understand what you say and you can understand what I'm saying, that's good. One thing that I will say is I talk a lot and I talk weirdly sometimes. So if I say something and you're like, don't hesitate to ask me again. Yeah, and we will have just the shouting part of these. Technically, the speakers is what's not important in the icon themselves. So when you think about it, it's basically that. So you just make the speaker 60%. It's not as important, and the volume level is what is important to be seen in all of these icons. So that's pretty easy. And to answer your question earlier, Stony, yes, it's Thursday, so we're supposed to do some coding. I don't know how much I will do because because I don't know. That's the reason. I forgot where we are in the current realm of things. So yeah, That's sad. That's all I wanted to say. And Kerry, if you have like whatever question about whatever, if you are just starting specifically, just ask. I'm here to help. So if you're like, what the fuck is a UI designer doing? Please ask. Um, build my website instead. Nah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I should. I should work on the website sides of things, but also we have other things going on. Let me just finish the fucking speakers, mics, things right away because I have started and now I can't stop. And we have the shouty ones in a second. The way that I build the 60 underneath, that makes the creation of these icons way simpler than it used to be. So that's a huge benefit for me to, well, go faster. Anyways, this is done, and they look cute for now. I don't really know exactly how we will do the solid ones, but yeah, we'll find a way. We'll find a way. Anyways, going back into here, that's new. I think that's the layer that I saved, which is false. The thing is, if I just invert them, which I will do, we will have some issues here and there. Cool. Like, let's say I'm doing this in a solid version. Taking some time to do that. Technically speaking, I want to have the outside, but I also want to keep the radius in some situation the same. So when you look at all of these, like, it's technically, if I make that 0, that makes sense. And so it needs to be sharp. And then when that has been defined properly, I need to outline this and take my content, that is my centered element, right here, select that and that, and then I need to make sure that I have enough radius on this thing to make sense, but it still doesn't make as much sense as it would if we had just the volume inside. So it's kind of complicated to just get the solid version. But yeah, it will be, I mean, inverted and solid filled icons will be fucking annoying. Anywho, I think we stopped. We did the remainder. We did compound thing. We did the quoting string thing. It's kind of weird, right? That was like the copy pasting using that thing. We did that. But does the camera is glitching, or is that me? Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Whatever. That's the plus, I think. Like, blah blah blah, big dog, whatever, right? Yeah, that's the ID. Everything looks fine. Cool. So we did that. I think it's just the text from my side vision. Nest an array into another array. We did that. I mean, we did everything, so obviously I have like memory of things. I think we did push, pop, shift, and unshift in the last lessons last time, and we started to do functions, I think. So let's go back into functions, because otherwise I don't know shit. Right? Maybe one day I will be okay. Create a function, reusable function which prints string I enter the def console. Yeah, so that's the shit. I'm not typing anything. It prints what? Hi world with a cam with no message at the end, and then I want to call said function. Yay! That's good. I remembered. I think I need a new keyboard. I think this is too small. And also the fact that I have the mic in front of it and the trackpad in front of it. Not great. Not great. Right. 2 arguments that with the sum in the, yeah, that's the thing that I was like, what the fuck? Not slash, what the hell? Is that true? Also, I get it. You want that to be like true and shit, but right. Yeah. I hate writing the names of the functions that the fucking free code camp is requiring me to have. It just makes no sense. I mean, it makes sense, but it just makes no sense. We did the ×5 last time. I remember that now. One argument. That accept one argument. All right. I know. Don't type them, but I have no choice. Like if the times 5 is if I call it TF for times 5, the whole thing will be, oh, you need to use a function called times 5. And if I do that, they will be like, oh, you need to use camera case or whatever the fuck it is. So it just makes no sense. It makes no sense. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Now, even a Control-C, Control-V, it's just like annoying because I can't navigate from this section to this section with my keyboard easily because there are 2 columns, so that's just annoying. Anyways, using let const or let all const declare a global variable called myGlobal. So let myGlobal with an L, please. Equal 10, whatever. Inside the function 1, assign 5 to oops global without using the var. Can I do that? Can I say that's my thing, and then inside of my scope I say that my oops global is equal to 5? I feel like that's a mistake. Yeah, cool. That's a mistake. And I think that's where we stand. Have a good coffee time. Where we stopped last time. So inside the function 1 assign 5 to oops global without using the thing is I cannot use oops global as a parameters of the function, so that makes sense. But then I cannot use let oops global equal 5 because they say do not use that. And that's where things don't make sense. So, because things don't make sense, I need to make it make sense. It's in the scope. Nishit, hi, welcome on in. How is the logo design going? That makes no sense. I solidify your concern? Shit. I'm sorry. I think we have, we kind of talked about that slowly. Nana, hi. Welcome on in. One second. Yeah, that's your first message. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. We talked about your logo some time ago, but I don't know where that is. I know it's in one of the files, for sure. And I know it's a mess file. So it's either called mess or it's called untitled, as always. This one is different, but it's around the same time. Around the same time is a debatable thing. Totem, hi. I am arguing with the compiler at the moment. I 100% am. I cannot understand this fucking problem, but niche it into the chat and I need to check something. Real quick. Need to find a file that we worked on, I think 2 years ago now. That's a long time. But I am arguing with the compiler, don't worry about it. Did I put that somewhere else? Maybe. Also, maybe it's in a page 2. That I need to find. You find through broadening categories. That's interesting. I appreciate that. The problem with code is like I need to declare a variable inside of the scope of a function, I think, but I cannot use the let const or var prefix thing. So I'm kind of lost on this one. I've been stuck before. I know it's inside of the scope of the first variable, but I just cannot figure out how or where it needs to go. So yeah, that. And no, it's not my stream file. It could be, but it's not. But we basically did like the same thing. I think the last one that you sent is much better than what we had. I really like this one, as I said. I think the font is interesting, but not polished enough. Like, this is pretty cool, but I have a feeling that if you decided to go with that font as a base, but with a custom thing, can you give me the name of that font? I just want to check something. I want to see that font. Yeah, I don't know the name of that one. I mean, don't share the file. That's fine, but just the name. just need the name. And then I'm usually a designer, but on Thursday I'm doing coding because I need to learn some JavaScript. Why? Because I'm doing coding. That's why. I just need the name. Give me name. Because it would be faster. You can say, you can share the file if you want to, but still. It wouldn't be my reasons. I doubt it. And the thing is, I'm bound to the the structure that the free code camp structure has. So on this one, right, I cannot use the let whatever on this because like oops global should be a global variable. So that's interesting, but then I have a feeling that the fact my global is initialized to 10, um, that's what I need to have. But then I kind of also need to have a let oops global thing that is initialized to 15. But the main issue that I have, I mean, technically it's assigned to nothing, but right, I cannot use that here. So I figured out the way again. I figured it out last time, I think, by looking at the help and having a lot of help from chat. But yeah, I don't know if it's the right direction, but that makes no sense. The fact that they say declare global variable name that, and then assign 5 to this without telling me that I need to declare a global variable makes no sense. That's the first thing. And then they say, even though it's inside of the function, you shouldn't use like var these, but if you read like last time, if you read the thing, you're like assign 5 to oops global without using var, let, or const. And here I'm using let to declare an oops global thing and then whatever. So it's, and also I have that is wrong. So I don't know. It's weird. And no, I cannot do anything. If you know JavaScript, which is not my case, but this is the algorithm and data structure course, which is before the ES6 course, meaning that there is a lot of things like I think this dot or sort dot or find dot whatever that I cannot use. I mean, I could technically speaking, but for this course I cannot. So we've went through the entirety of the course once already. I just need to rehash where we are. You are saying that you shared with me and the file's name for the folder. And I should search, right? That's what I should do. I should do search instead. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that. The thing that I had in mind here was if you take these two fonts and you outline them to get something that is a bit more manageable, technically. One of the things that I like, first of all, is the fact that these are kind of mono-spaced fonts. So that's an interesting thing already. But then the idea I had was this and that could go away, and then that and that. I mean, the idea I had was basically just playing with, holy shit, playing with the, can I look at the fucking, oh shit, playing with the font. That took way longer than expected. Alright, fair enough. I don't know why it just doesn't want to stick. Thank you. Alright, cool. And so now that has a fill, and that fill is supposed to be the same as this here. So if you take the eyes, sorry, that took longer, and you use regular eyes here, and the other thing that I had in mind was on this thing, I wanted to use instead an arched N, and I think I can't do that by mimicking. So 1 second. Yeah, so yeah. Have the high work on it. I think I'm gonna not do that. Let me lock that thing right there. Right, that's my shit. Cool. Let me make that red. Red. Thank you. And then around it is kind of not great. It's like a 0.2 or 0.1 even at this. Or 0.05? Oh, you can't even. Alright, cool. And the cap is gonna be stroke. Maybe. Technically what I had in mind was that something with the N being a bit more or having a bit more personality per se, to help you with how things look. I don't really know if I can. Maybe a 5 would help. Second. Shit. Nothing happened. You saw nothing. I don't know. It was an idea. I think it would be better if I just play with this rather than creating a new fucking letter. The eyes are better, that's for sure. I'm not using Illustrator, I'm using Figma, which is similar, but different, but still kind of similar. Also, I'm sorry that the answer to that message took like so long. This looks like shit though, in terms of radius and curved element. But yeah, no, the idea was that. The idea was just trying to get the N's and technically the S as well in the same font, but kind of more specific, not more specific, but like more specific. Something that tells you as a user that yes, you have personality or whatever you want to call it. It's a small detail of change from the top level to the bottom level, but it could potentially be interesting. I don't know. Let me read chat because I have missed many things. And no, I'm not saying you're basic. I'm saying maybe using the font being like one of the most complicated things that it has to play with most of the time, be included, like most designers included. This is like having a bit of a custom font could be interesting, but also I know that this specific N type exists in one of the newest fonts that people are using in the current era of design, so that exists. I saw something earlier. I have burning hatred for this raider. That's not nice. You're good. I mean, Inkscape is fine. Illustrator is great. I'm about to say it, but Adobe's tools are amazing. Adobe's pricing is trash. So if you can get Adobe's tool for free, legally, then you're good. But yeah. The thing with Figma is the same. I mean, Figma has been acquired by Adobe last year, so that happened.
Abdul707 just resubscribed for 2 months. I heard they dropped XD in their suit. Is it true?
Yeah. So because they acquired Figma, they said at that time they said, well, we will sunset XD and move people from XD to Figma because that's a way better tool than XD overall. But XD had some really cool things in the features, and it was better to use XD in some situation than Figma. So sometimes I can't figure out the curvature of that fucking N. Something's not working and I don't know what it is, but something's not working in my head. But yeah, they sunsetted XD at some point to make sure that Figma had the lead. But Figma is the same right now. Right when I started to use Figma about 5 years ago, it was really clean and really simple. And when I started to use Illustrator and Photoshop, when I started in Photoshop 3, it was really clean and very simple. It was still in black and white, obviously, but it was simple. And then they added stuff and added stuff and added stuff, and we ended up with a lot of stuff. So it makes sense. The more years pass, the more that song is neat. The more things are added. And currently in Illustrator, I think the thing that we are seeing is the AI related content that was announced 3 years ago, which people are freaking out because they're like, oh shit, they're all announcing AI today. But no, this thing has been announced in Adobe Max 3 years ago anyways. So yeah, Illustrator is good. What makes more sense? And yes, Totem, I absolutely missed the thing that you said. Let me just wait that I'm back there for a second, please. That would be better, I think. Oh, no, not that. No, not that. Not bitch. Oh no, that's true. Is that true? Am I right? I am right. Cool. Can I K this thing? I can K this thing. Cool. Whatever. That's centered. I don't know. It's an ID. You can keep that as an ID. But yeah. Yeah. I mean, on Nishit you have more space, and on design you have less space. One of the things that is interesting is that you technically have letter for letter the same amount of space. So using a monospace font makes sense on this. But it's just like the eyes, I do feel like are better like so for some reason. I don't know why.
Emergency Boop is now following.
But yeah, emergency. Hi, welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? It's kinda not up and down because I'm lazy, but kinda. Yeah, almost. It looks like it's further up than down. I think it's the same here. Yeah, it's kind of the same here. There is some visual things going as well, but I took way too long to explain that. The reason why I wanted to have the N with a bit of a curve was to use potentially that for your J. I know that your last name is starting with a J, and so potentially once again it's a heavy potential and it doesn't mean shit, but if you had like a J base that was like extremely rounded, that could be really interesting as well. And that could also be very close to one of the, how is it called? One of the symbols that you have in Indians, or Hindu or Hindi, or however it's called, I forgot. Right? Bitch. Thank you. So yeah, it's called Hindi. Cool. So I think there is like a character that has like some sort of an N shape that has this huge, like if I'm outgoing that, it has this massive thing. Maybe I'm mistaken, and I don't know what I'm talking about, but I feel like there is something that look like that, kinda, almost, not really, maybe. I have no clue. In which case, maybe. You could use that as well. I don't know. But yeah, if you have that and then you take this as your N base, which it could be like this, could be the opposite, whichever you want to use. But that's basically the curve that I wanted to have here. So that's the that was the idea for the curve at some point. Maybe, I don't know. That's it. Let me read chat for a second. I mean, opening an OnlyFans is fine. It's kind of easy to open an OnlyFans. Doesn't take much. I like that fucking shape. It's not right. It needs tweaking, but it's interesting. And maybe that... No, I was about to say maybe that N can be used here better, but I doubt it. Drink! Yeah, good point. Posture check. What a concept. Appreciate that. That edge end is wrong. Yeah. I need that too. That's better. We need another shirt at the top and the bottom, but I do feel like if I do that to have the flat edge, I feel like that's a bit of a mistake. But it's a potential. I'm also trying to put the N in a width value rather than a length value. You tried something and it didn't work? I see. Maybe that's such a weird shape. Like it doesn't look like anything. Oh yeah. Uh yeah, kinda. Kinda one of these. Uh let me be the most upside down person just so that we have something maybe. Like the idea is not to take like a character that exists, but just like take a shape potentially as a reference and then use that. But maybe not. You were about to say something and then I moved the fucking thing again. About this one, yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, that, I mean, that's the stream, right? That's interesting that it's based on a character, this shit. That's a good... That's a pretty interesting idea. But going back to the idea, it's... I think it might be more complicated for you as someone who speaks and writes indie because you recognize the characters compared to someone that is like me that doesn't know shit of how it's written and how it should be written. And so my understanding is like limited in some situation. Sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it doesn't. It just shit. Just taking the shape as a, it's really like cultural appropriation, as people say in America. But yeah, that's like just taking the global vibe of the shapes, right? You have, if you look at them from, for fuck's sake, if you look at them from here, like big, and you look at them as with the eyes of a designer rather than the eyes of someone who understands linguistics, the basic of the shapes of the characters that you have is one or two straight lines combined with one or two curved-ish lined. Most of them will be in a circle shape, like half circle, C shape, S shape, or 3 shape. And then sometimes you have weird ass thing like the 41 that does like a 4 reverse, the 43 that does like a 4 reverse as well. But most of the time it's like an S shape or a 3 shape or an O shape. So it's really, really simple. And so the thing that I try to do here is a C shape with a straight line. So that's just the idea, to keep something that is aligned with you as an entity, as a person, and then just use that to potentially create a logo. I don't know. Was just an idea to have like that arc N in the beginning, but then that fucking secondary thing is pretty cute if I do say so myself. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work for you, and it as I said, it needs like plenty of adjustment to make sure that we have like the exact amount of curve. I'm thinking maybe it needs like a full circle here that is linked to be better, but like it's kind of it's kind of hard, right? Like this is weird, but also it's not. Maybe if I'm curved flat-ish. Shit. Like that. But that looks more like an A than something else. So, I don't know. Totem, that's not good. Yeah. Yeah, so that was the idea, like getting like a curved shape to make sure that we have, which technically now that I have this, sorry, um, oh, that's interesting. Can I just, no, not that, not that. And can you be sharp-ish? Yeah, that's better than what I did here. It's not great, but it's better. It's a better overall curve, and then the entirety of the thing needs to have like a teeny tiny amount of corner radius. So that whole thing needs to take like a 0.5 or I guess a 1 at this level, with this and that being at 0. Yeah, it's really close. But the idea for this one was really to get the option to rotate it and invert it and have like a J to play with your second, like your last name. But whatever, I give you this. Closed. Let me just catch up on chat because shit happened. You're welcome. Growing up on 4chan is not great. So you need let vol const for declaring. Yes, that makes sense. That's what I had in mind. Accessing it or assessing it doesn't require any decorator. Yes. That made sense in my head. It's just it didn't make sense. Have a good work time, Nishit. It didn't make sense based on the amount of text and the phrasing. Yeah, I know you can chat without me, but still, I need to catch up in some situation. Like the phrasing here of without using var let of const. I think the phrasing is the assign. Like you just need to assign, you don't need to declare, which is different. If it was declare 5 to oops global, then it would imply that I absolutely need a declaration thing of let const to var. And because it's assigning, it's just, it means it has been declared before, hence that. And the donation thing. Anyways. The editor has 2 console logs to help you see what is happening. Check the console log as you code to see how it changes. That's what we did last time. Ryson, hi, welcome on in. Yeah, we had we had like a I think we had almost an hour let's say a good 45 minutes of discussion and bantering on how things were written and how things could be interpreted based on the English used in the text. So sometimes they just use things for like a syntax of English that is making a lot of sense for the coding brain, but for someone who is coming from zero, like me, it doesn't make sense in English. And so we had a bit of a discussion last time, and I think that was the same case. I'm not right most of the time. When it comes to design, yes, I'm right sometimes. When it comes to code, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, don't use var is a thing that we understood at some point, kinda. So I need to check the console log, which are here. Cool. Fine. Declare variable my variable. So my var. Oh, inside the scope of my local scope, which is exactly where I put it. Cool. Equal 5, whatever. And my var would be undefined because it is in the current scope and not outside here where it should be. That makes sense. I think from what we've learned, I think var is not an option anymore. I mean, it is, but it's not making a lot of sense. And from what I understood, even though I know I'm not 100% correct, but I'm like 98% correct, let is when you want something to be reassigned later. So if you have a variable that you want to change in the future and you know that it will be changed later, then you use that, and then you use const when you want like a constant, something that never changed, which makes sense in English. So if you have a thing that will always be equal to 5, then you use const because it will never be changed, and that makes sense, I think, to me. Kinda. So add a local variable my outfit. All right. Function to override the value of outerwear with the string sweater. All right. Sweater? Like, I made a mistake. I probably made a mistake. What? Wouldn't the var thing not be always at the top? Oh no, you it's the hosted word again, right? It's that thing where it's hosted, and so it's going back to the top of the fucking file. Yeah, that's the thing. What am I wrong? They say I'm making a mistake. You should not change the value of global. Or yeah. So what? I should redefine it? What the fuck? That makes no sense. It worked. I finished everything before, so don't worry about it. It needs to come back. Sometimes it takes more time. Current function adds 5. Alright. Without any argument. Okay. So we have a function add 3 already. And I need to change that here. Cool. So which doesn't take argument, right? That's what we said. And it's basically sum plus equal 5. Technically, right? I don't know why it worked, but it worked. That's the main issue I have with these, is like, I get it. It goes through. When I'm typing it, it makes sense. But I have no idea why. And I feel like a dev, and that's not good. So, I need to call the process argument. Process arg. With a number of 7. Right? No. I need to read. Call the process argument function. Yes, that's what I did. With an argument of 7 and assign its return value to the variable processed. Alright. Why though? Why so much? They makes no sense. Yeah, I mean, my goal is to get as good as I can, but still retain my design skills. And retaining 20 years of experience of design skills and having something that works in code is pretty fine. It's pretty okay, but still requires a lot. So write a function next in line, which is already written for me. Cool. Maybe one day. I mean, if I can React base, understand components and dependencies and things like this, then yes, I want to be able to build components design wise for myself in code that works, and then when that makes more sense, then yeah, I can do whatever the fuck I want. Array function next in line, cool, which takes an array argument, okay, and a number item. So array is an array, cool. Add the number to the end of the array, then remove the first element of the array. So I need a push to argument, right? The next in line function should return the element that was removed. So it should remove it should return 1 technically. So I need a return the array dot pop. Is it pop dot array or is it array dot pop? I never know. Yeah, it would be nice. Holy shit. I don't really... I'm not entirely sure that you need to change the way you design stuff. I think you can still design the same way. I mean, for me at least. It's like if you think about the mom UI kit that I have, which
Mom
is there, technically speaking, and I will take the buttons because the buttons are the easiest things to put in place. Technically speaking, these things are, and let's do the light mode because that's easier to see the details. They are just a fucking div with 2 icons and a text. I mean, icon, text, icon. So when it comes to, if I'm thinking about it as a function, whatever, it just have 3 props. So it's a div with 3 props, a props for the first icon, a props for the text, and a props for the last icon. And then it has states. So technically speaking, that component, which is what I want to achieve, is whichever style I want to have it, it will always behave the same way. And then the design itself is just like, it's a fucking bunch of effects. And that's it. But when it comes to more complex things, yes, probably there will be some things that needs to change, but also I think depending on the framework you are using, you probably end up using things that just work better. I don't know. Cat, I have been wearing a mask in planes since I came to Japan the first time in 2019. Because my ex explained that she get a sore throat really easily, and the AC in the plane was just killing her every time. And I was like brushing it off as in, yeah, you're just weak. And I did a 14-hour flight. And I was dead when I arrived. So, yeah. wear a mask. It costs nothing. Am I wrong? And it's a shift and not a pop, maybe? I don't know. Whatever. So let's go back. No, no. There is no equal here, not as far as I remember, right? I need to push my item inside of my array. So array.push item. And then am I like wrong with that? And I'm returning the array.pop. Right there on time. Welcome, buddy. How is you? Holy shit, that's the wrong button. Is it shift? Yeah, it needs to return 1, so it's shift. Right? Holy shit. Yep. When you pop a champion cork, you have the plug that goes out. The thing is, depending on how you look at the bottle, it's either the first thing or the last thing. That's why it's complicated. And my dyslexia doesn't help. I can turn the fucking thing around and it works. Anyways. What if I had a welcome to Boolean function so that it returns true instead of false? Do you wanna see how dumb this thing is? That was so hard. It took me less than a second. I don't know. That makes no sense. It makes no sense to try and teach people true or false by just saying change the word false to true. Like, there is no understanding of why. Also, I know I'm not reading anything that is at the top that is probably explaining why. I don't give a shit. I want to understand first. Create an if statement. We are in the if statement, so we did that last time. Yeah. Yeah. So I know that right now I'm limited by the ID of FreeCodeCamp, and VS Code is like kind of better, or JetBrains or whatever, but we'll see later. So, statement inside the function that written yes, that was true if the parameter was true. And no. So. Like, I know that this shit, that's not. No, that's right. Whatever. There is no point there. I think the return is not necessary at this point, but Um, ha. So I was right on this thing, but it's just, does it just want like, we had that discussion later. 1 second. Brain is computing. We said if is always true, so if true, which makes no sense, and that's why we have like the return number 2 that is in no. And then they say that, and I don't know why. Yeah, there's way too much shit here. I think learning by doing is good to a point. I need like some basics, and that's why I'm doing this. If one, no. The condition is if was that true is equal to true, right? Then return that, else. Which technically, yeah, learning and copying by doing. Yes, that's what I say. Sorry, that delay. Brain is not working. All right, I need to read. Shit happened. You're saying that the second else is not necessary. Because it's not an if-else statement, it's just an if statement. But now, the thing that I don't like about copying code specifically is knowing myself. I will end up with ChatGPT questions and just saying, help me do this, and just trust what it gives me without really understanding. So that's why I'm not really happy with that. Why in the fucking do you have that as an issue? That makes no sense. Right, that's the fucking word. And then it's the fucking my condition that needs to exist. But I can't say was it like, right? There's so much shit going on. I just did a typo. You wrote true rather than true. Huh. Isn't the technicality of that, that's the thing for me. For me, from what we said, and I know I don't know shit, but if is always true, so the condition is always true, and then the else, the second option, is false. Alright, create an if statement inside a function to return yes, that was true, if the parameter was that true is true. But that makes no sense. Like, I can't have this. And I can't, like, do that. Like, that makes no sense either. What? Is that the fucking thing? No, for fuck's sake. Ah. Thank you. See? That's the free code camp thing. If you miss a fucking letter, you are doomed. That makes no sense. Alright. What you said? That does nothing. Or maybe it does something, but it doesn't do much. I do submit. I press the fucking enter key. You can see that. I don't know. I always have a bit of an issue with the fucking syntax here. Shit. Doesn't seem to do anything. Maybe there is an issue with the fucking console here. That's fine. No, my enter is not broken. I think it's just like not letting me doing anything. Even if I Press enter. I don't know. Whatever. I can't even close that fucking thing. See, I'm still... For fuck's sake. I guess my brother got smart. Whatever. I'm here now. Oh yeah, no, we did that last time. Right? We did that. It doesn't work. I'm not gonna do something that doesn't work. That just makes no sense. Shit. Why are you using curly? No, it's not curlies. Right? And if I press enter, it doesn't do shit. But I do be stuck though. I can't like close that, which is interesting. And I can't close the tab unless I close the tab here, but that doesn't do shit either for some reason. So that's really interesting. Like I can't, I've been clicking, doesn't close. Yeah. But that's no good. Now I can't navigate this shit. What did you do? Yeah, that's fucked. Yeah, but even in a new fucking tab, I can't close the tab. Shit. What did we say? I mean, I guess it's because it's a shift escape. Shift escape doesn't do shit. Can I break the loop that has been created? No. No, come on, escape doesn't work either. There is no consequences. It's gonna go faster to do that. However, now I need to go back to the fucking thing. Where was we? Right, that. Yes, kinda. Same thing. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's why I'm saying I need to understand the basics here first before anything. Oh shit. It's one of these. No, we did that. Fuck. I wish. Quality operator. Yeah, that's where we were. Cool. Yeah, Shift Escape doesn't work. I mean, nothing works. Can you, though, can you break the loop that you created? Is that an option? Once you have created said loop? Yeah. This is bullshit. Sorry, that's just... But can you use the while true with no condition in the curly bracket, and then once it's still running and looping, getting something like right, like let's say I have this and I get my while true curly things without like launching it, but then like later adding a break in there. Interesting. Oh shit, I forgot I fucking... Yeah. Atkins, hi, welcome on in. Good morning to you too. I'm in the most annoying stage of this. Nothing makes sense. These entire thing, the first three, makes no sense. Like, I mean, sorry, the first six makes absolutely no sense. Like you just typing whatever that was said before, and that's it, and doesn't explain. I mean, it does, but it's just equal, strictly equal, or three equals saying like exactly equal, whatever. It's just weird. Add the greater than negation line so that the return statement makes sense. Yeah. So if value is over 100 is value is over 10, and if under whatever. Cool. I mean, there is one that is called strictly equal and the other one that is called equal, but that's it. That's the only reason or understanding that I have. And then if you want the opposite of that, you use the exclamation mark in front. But yeah, that's all I know. I don't see the point. I don't know anything. Ever. Like, nothing makes sense. I mean, true equal 1 is true, but it shouldn't run, technically, as far as I understand run. I think. But it's the same thing. It's you're using words like run that makes half sense. It does make sense, but it doesn't make sense. Shit. I know, I shouldn't be using the mouse. Yeah, 1 and 0. So that's why I said true. Like, true and 1 are the same thing, technically. But the thing is, there is no explanation of 2 equals or 3 equals. Like, Totem said, one check the value and the other one check the value and the type. So I'm guessing the end type is basically if value is strictly, what I think is the thing, strictly equal to like a string that says yes, then, or that says true, then if it's 1, even if it's equal to true, it wouldn't work, even though that's kind of weird. I don't know. There is something kind of weird about that. What the thing? So replace the 2 if statement with 1 statement using the AND operator, which will return the string yes if the value is less or equal to 50 and greater than or equal to 25. So technically, right, I think, right, if my value here is greater, no, less than 50 and greater or equal, which is kind of weird, but fine, to 25, then it returns yes. It's not like not understanding what's happening. It's just like, so far I've went through the entire JavaScript algorithm in data structure course, and I have, even with the example and the exercise that we have done, I have no idea how to use or implement things like this. Like, it makes no sense. So I don't know, it's just weird. That's the point, but I need more. I think I need the year 6 thing, and also one of the things that I want to have is a paper, some sort of a certification that I can use later on. So that's the idea. I think. No, that's wrong. I need to use the fucking or operator. My bad. I said nothing. You can't have one from me, but I can have one from this. So. It's not dropped after 5 minutes. It's just like things makes more sense in other situations. Kind of. Combine the if statement into single if else statement. That makes no sense. I wish I could understood. I wish I could understand the settings things. Like that's the thing that I want to do at some point. Which I know that when I'm done with this shit, which once again takes a lot. Right, going back to this, we have that was long. We have done 113 on 113 already, and we have validated all that, but we still need the S6 thing. We need the regex things, the debug things, basic data, which will implies things that makes more sense, and all of that in order to get that button. So yeah. It's gonna take some time, specifically because I want to do each modules at least twice. But the first one is like 113 and the rest is like 29, so that's okay. Still. But still. I feel like I need to understand that. We talked about regex in the past, mainly because we have regex here that exist and that can be used, even though kind of different than regular expression, it still has something. So that yeah, that's a lot. Why? Why? Why so much? Alright. Maybe not. I'm trying to understand, but I don't know if this is a regular expression that makes sense. There is a logic. You have AZ and AZ. Yeah, so from A to Z in minuscule and then A to Z in caps, and then you have 0 to 9 in like 0 to 9. But then you have dot underscore percent plus minus, which is weird. And you have plus add. Oh, so it's basically, if I understand, it's anything that contains either a minuscule, a majuscule, a cap, but no special characters, plus the at, plus the same thing, but you don't have the special characters, and then you have the backslash that I can't do on that keyboard, plus the point, and then you have the dot whatever, which is superior to 2 values. So it's either .co or .com or .fr or something, but it cannot be a .a. It's necessarily 2 or more on the extension, I think, from what I can read. I don't know. I was about to run this, but this is wrong, right? Oh shit, what happened? No. I think it went back to 0. That? Yeah. Let's just reset that. If I can I? No, I can't. Alright. I think something is wrong with that. For fuck's sake. You redeem nighttime. What a concept. I didn't made you do anything. You decided to rewrite everything. That's not true. I did. I did change the design entirely. Did the thing not work? entirely? Am I not logged in? Is that a thing? No, I am logged in. What the fuck? Why can't I reset that? Cool. I guess. But hi, welcome on in. I haven't seen that. Totem, that is absolutely true. That's what happened. I said word, I did a Figma file with the new design, and then Stony decided to do the thing. Combine the if statement to have an if else statement. Yeah, that's the thing. So this is supposed to be the else bitch, and it's inferior or equal to 5. Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I did keep bitching. That is absolutely true. I can't deny that. I have been bitching about design. I mean, technically, when you look at the design of your app before, which do you still have screenshots of your live version of the app? I was thinking of adding that in my website. I kind of tried and started to do these. I do commission type thing, but my minimum is 1 week of work. I was thinking of adding these with like a before and after so that we can display logo design, and I think I wanted to do the same thing with the overall layout of the page, if you have that somewhere. I don't. It's debatable. I think you made screenshots of everything. Technically. And totem for the information there, I think, even though not up to date because I'm working on that. I'm basically there. So this is weekly, monthly, or yearly, depending on how much you want to have things. That's the base. I don't really do under that because I'm working on a brainstorm project and I want a nice icon to use to different art. So if you want an icon, which is different, you can
Mom?
Go there and buy the kit. For fuck's sake. For like $16. It's just an icon. And then in the Discord, you can just request the icon. It will be added to the icon pack directly. So it's kind of cheaper. And we have had many icons, like for example, we had a question about Sims for the phone and all that, and so we did like a very specific sim related icon set. We also had some delivery requests for like boxes and looking for all that. So yeah, anything bot like. The only bot we have is for the bot messages, as in a chat bot, but we don't really have a robot thing. We do have some what is that, networking, wireless, no, system, no, yes, no, maybe it's device, no, it's not. We have some things for like branching and dev tools here, but we don't have more than that. What? Give me the icon you're needing. Yeah. Cat, I'm sorry.
Mom!
It's a nice sound effect. It's a random sound effect. But yeah, it might take a bit more time than expected to get the specific icon to the icon only kit. But one thing that I will say is it's currently at 16, and as soon as I drop the duotone icons in there, the kit will take a bit more pricey price. I think I will go to 24 on the next bump, and then we'll see. But yeah, just to think about it. So if you want to buy the icon for now, you just get these, just solid, which makes sense. But yeah, yeah. Technically, if you buy anything at any point, you get all the updates for life. So the kit at the beginning started at $2, and then we ramp it up until $100, and then I went back to 69 because it's better. But yeah, but you have all the updates. Melly, hi, welcome on in. How is everything? You got a sub last Monday? Last Tuesday? Not far from today. You paid for the whole pack, Stony. You have the buttons and inputs and all that as well, because that's useful. You didn't give me the name of the fucking icon you needed, Totem. But have a good rest of your workday, I guess, if that's a thing. But Minnie, how are you? How is your day going? I mean, it's the midday, but yeah. Oh, so it's more like a logo rather than a bot. I mean, rather than an icon. That's more on the 1060. I mean, 1600 pricing than the 16. Yeah, sorry. It's more expensive. if it's more of a logo thing. But one thing that we said is like if you have access to ChatGPT and shit like this, they are pretty good to create things. So yeah. Oh no, hi, welcome on in. Yeah, I do. I do remember. It has been a while indeed. I quit Braided, by the way. Finally, after a long time. So much time after you. What was the deal with me in the hospital? I had a bit of a I guess a stress-related inner ear problem, which made me dizzy, which is still the case. I'm still dizzy and all that, which didn't help with my balance, and so I couldn't stand still. So I had to go to the hospital to make checks. And we did everything, and everything turned out to be negative, which was so sad. I hope they found something that made sense, right? Something that was like, oh yeah, you have that thing that obviously makes your head dizzy, and so we can like do something about it. But no, that wasn't the case. So yeah. And no, not starting in freelance per se, continuing in freelance. I hate it. I have no choice. But I moved to Japan for like 1 year without having any job related options. So I'm free. I do whatever, and that's cool. I don't make enough. That's sad. But I'm learning JS right now, which is okay. uh, yeah. But yeah, maybe that was the hospital thing. Maybe not a dev yet. Just just a designer that is interested in front end dev, but I need to go into the new title that people are using for designers, which is called design engineering. And so the design engineering title is a senior, yeah, a senior designer with the ability to do the entry level, mid level, front end work or back end work. That's the idea. Yeah. I mean, Millie, that's a thing that I thought would have been better, but yeah, it turns out to be stress related, even though I don't really stress, but I have so much shit going on at the same time, and the fact that I don't have any money going in, and that doesn't help. Or didn't help. So, yeah. Did I make a mistake? I did. Right. So yeah, so that's why I'm like expensive and shit. I'm trying to get my my freelancing ish going. But yeah. But I don't know, how are things? How because it I mean, you left in 2019 as far as I remember. That's a lot. That's a lot of time. So what happened? Hand me everything. I mean, if you want to, of course. Oh, for fuck's sake. How was that school? Was it good? Did you learn nothing? Sorry, I have a bit of a bias there. Yeah, I mean it's a nice first message. I get it. If you don't know who that is, I mean technically, going back to the things that um, happens because of that person specifically. Um, if I log into, I mean this, which I think will not work because I need to log in with my email instead of logging with this. Whatever. Um, the bitch. And the reason we have that here and that we can like explore things is there's the same name if you can tell. So yeah. So that's the same person. Which, by the way, oh no, we are working on something. Shit, not that. Working on something that is called NoMercy.tv, which is technically a competitor to Plex directly, and which is supposed to work, but for now it doesn't because obviously shit have changed. But it is, yeah, it is basically a competitor to Plex with a different UI that lets you have some sort of an experience that is better than Plex in a way. And yeah, that's pretty nice. Stony done the entire coding section of that app before I came in, and then I came in with the design thing and said, you know what, we should change some IDs here and there. So yeah, so that's why we are changing and challenging the fact that you have a lot of animes here and that we have a lot of animes here as well. So that's changing. Yeah, there is things that don't work, but yeah, it's pretty nice. I don't have access to my settings, Sony. I don't think I do. I do. I said nothing. Forget about it. That's kind of weird. Maybe it's because I'm not. Yeah, I said nothing. That was a fun animation thing that I like a lot. What do you mean weird ass screen ratio? The screen ratio is good. So yeah, so we worked on that. I mean, we've been working on that for almost a year, if not more. It's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. It's just like it needs to it needs to go on in production at some point. But for that, we need more pages, more other things. It's better than Plex in the sense that it has a bit more encoding power, I think. Stony. So yeah, to expand a bit. So you basically became more of a back-end plus design. I mean, you used to be front-end mainly, but now, yeah. So it's a competitor to Jellyfin as well, with a better overall UI, kinda. I think the huge benefits of Plex being the fact that you have access to everything. As in, if I want to watch TV, I can watch TV. If I want to subscribe to a music service, I can as well. This is mainly the thing that you legally own on your servers and all that. So, yeah. You're telling me I should work for Jellyfin now? Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, right? You have a platform that does something, that is looking for a designer to do something, and you have a designer that did something for a platform that is similar. Why not combine both? Anyways, that's cool. Criteo is pretty nice, I think, as far as I remember. It's been a while though, but yeah, Criteo is a pretty big company for me to remember the name, at least. Did I make a mistake? Yes, I made a mistake. Oh, that. My bad. Sorry. Yeah. Estonia, I have no ID for that. It's pretty interesting to have like a massive company. I know that before Brainit, for example, I used to work for a consulting company, and there was, or it was a big company of like 4,000 something employees. And coming from like a startup before that had like 12 people, going into a consulting firm that has like 4,000 something employees, you were like, okay, you're tiny, but it was fine. Ah, fuck, I need to do a fucking if-else statement again. I hate this. My bad. If condition, then statement. Statement? Yes. I need money. Millie, that's why I'm getting into code.
Arno 500 is now following.
I appreciate that. Are we close? I think we are close by you following. Yeah, we are closing slowly, but closing. I appreciate that. So yeah, no, I need money. That's one of the thing, but it also always has been an interesting thing. I mean, I learn dev 12 years ago, and then basically I have a cycle of every 4 to 6 years. I mean, mostly 4. I have a big push that is way lower than what I'm doing right now, because right now I have time. And then every year or every year and a half, I have a push for, oh, I'm interested in to go, let me just look at what is going on right now. And that's better than doing nothing. But it has taken way too long for me to just focus on that. So yeah, that's just trying to learn. And yeah, Cat, 30 is kind of big in a way. So we have under 5, under 10, under 15, under 20, else. Cool. I was right. And so it should return. So it depends on the company. That's one of the benefits, but yes, most likely, yes. Should the return be the statement every time? Like, is that... Am I wrong? I am wrong. And Kat, you're doing the work of too many people in one go, so that's no good. Yeah. It really depends on the not the hierarchy, but the hierarchy kinda. The amount of people that you have above and under you, and that's always good. Should I just do that? I have a feeling that having a return statement every time I'm returning shit is a wrong idea. Like, I feel like that's wrong. But we'll see. Derakan, hi, welcome on in. How is you? Why wasn't this the thing we said as a return will... I mean, return will cut the loop, which makes sense because it's an if-else loop. Yeah, no, I said nothing. Forget about it. Forget about it. Shit. I'm pressing the wrong button every time. Under 15 and not that. And then this one is supposed to be under 20, which technically means that the else at the end is like whatever. Or maybe that's the thing. I don't know. I think it was the break thing that I'm thinking about, which is kind of false and true at the same time. Ah shit! I need a fucking cap here. Small. Holy shit! Sorry, that. I know I should have commend the whatever the thing. It still works. Can you fucking make more noise when you're outside in the corridor, please? Neighbors French. Shit. I hate this thing. Appeared this morning. Hasn't gone away. Yeah, a cat has a job for some reason, which is kind of weird. That cat has a job. But yeah, it's cool. Yeah, that is Tony. That's what we talked about. We did that last time.
Huh.
Fuck. So, alright. If statement blah blah blah, else if condition blah blah blah, right? And then return blah blah. And so now if I take this and I know that I have my 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 else. Return statement, which technically, right, whatever, we don't need to semi-colon anyways. Yeah, it is boring because I have no choice. I know. So if my strokes, and read the full thing again. I have my golf score that has my par, which is supposed to be a fucking array, as far as I remember. Right, and it's strokes. So if stroke is strictly equal to 1, then you return the par 0, as far as I remember, right? It's supposed to send you the amount. Oh shit, it's strokes with an S. And I should have done that better, but that's too late. I'm not gonna do that with my thing. Abdel, have a good lunch. Thanks a lot for stopping by, I appreciate it. Houdini is good. Houdini is good. It's complicated, but it's better than nothing, and you get so much knowledge about fluid and particles and shit like this. So I would highly recommend you to check it out. However, it's paid, so if you have access to it for free, that's cool. But yeah, Houdini is great. I use RealFlow and Houdini for my school project back in 2013, but it was great. I haven't tested Fusion yet. And everything is faster than After Effects anyways, so that makes sense. Return the correct string loss. Oh shit. Plus strokes? Am I wrong? Like it's supposed to... This is... You see, that's where my brain of a designer is coming back and is saying, maybe there is an option where I could have that in a contained environment rather than having an else if else statement. But I mean, I'm sure there is an option. I'm just to par -2, which seems to be an issue, but whatever. That seems weird. Yeah, so that's wrong, right? And I think it's wrong because the par is not... No, they have added an array of names here. Oh, which is called names. My bad. And that's where things are fucked again. Am I wrong? The bar is not used. I didn't read shit. For the input, you should return only the string. No need to add the number of strokes or anything. I need to add the number of strokes or anything because the thing here, your function should pass whatever, and then I think it said something about I need to have the strokes, but maybe I'm wrong and you're right, which is absolutely probable. If it's just a string, then that's enough. Whatever. I don't know shit. I know I should commend that thing as well to just not do that manually, but that's fine. That is fine. What I'm missing? What am I missing? Just the names? Mainly if you still have an education type of thing, they sometimes have an education version of their software that is kind of free for you to learn. So yeah, that could be interesting. So my go home works, which is my else. Anything other than one works. Which technically that is supposed to be my par -2 instead, and not names, as far as I remember. Maybe I'm wrong again. That's better. Yeah. I cannot use a switch statement just yet because we haven't learned the switch statement just yet, which we learn right here. Which is why they make it this way. Yeah. And story, yes, better than I learn now than later. So if I have a switch case, right, with my case whatever, that, and then it breaks, right? There is like a console log
Zos route is
thing,
now
which I
following.
don't know why. So's root, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How do you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow, I appreciate that. Thank you for the post check, meaning that you have been lurking for a while. I appreciate that as well. And Cat, yes, have a good lunchtime. I'm making a mistake. What is my mistake? That is my mistake, yeah. It's just my case, whatever. Okay. Write a case statement that's supposed to have that. Case break, 1, 2, 3, 4, break. And so for the value, write a switch statement which tests value and set answer for the following conditions. If value is 1, which technically we don't need that because it's a number. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's the no. I'm a dumbass. 1 second. I think. And I saw the chat goes up for some reason. So if my answer no, I was right with the 1. I was right with the one because my fruit is the case, which is the answer, technically, and my case is the value, technically. So if I have a case of 1, I should return that. So oh, I hate that. Yeah, no, I can't do that. If I have a case of 1, then I should return alpha. If I have a case of 2, then I should return beta. If I have a case of 3, gamma, whatever, and 4. I know I should have probably put them in multi-lines. Is that the truth? Am I wrong? I am wrong. And now I could do that. Which definitely implies that it would be better if it was there. But yeah. Terpenuts, hi, welcome on in. I've done CSS a lot. I've done a lot of HTML and CSS. Yeah. Yep. Thank you for giving me the answer equal. I had that. And now we enter the realm of I don't fucking understand why. In some situation, they are like, you know what? Let's do that. It's the same thing. So if I have a switch statement, again, that is taking my value, again, with my case that is equal, or first of all, that is equal to A, because that's the first entry, then my answer is supposed to be equal to apple. Apple with that, and then I need a break here. Shit, I hate that. ABC default, and then default case is supposed to not. Shit. So case B, case C, case default, we will change that later. Bird and cat and default. So default case is just you type default instead of case, and it's stuff. Yeah. Sense. That makes sense. That makes no sense. I can come back to this in like a week or a day, and it will just makes no sense. It's the same thing. So I have a switch statement that is using my value again, and set value is gonna be set to a case of 1, and I wish we could do that, but that's not the case because that's a fucking math info. So, case 2 and case 3. Then it returned my answer, which is equal to low as a, not a function, but a string. And from that we have a break. And then we have 4 to 6, which is like 4, 5, 6. And then we have 7 to 9, which is that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that seems like a good option for me to say. Like, why the fuck did I say that? I have a feeling the 7, 8, 9 could potentially be some sort of some sort of a default statement rather than something else. But yeah, yeah, no, the next day after the lunch break, yes, I go pee, I come back, I'm sure I forgot. Like this shit. So, oh, I want to do that so bad, but I think that won't work. Shit. I know. I'm missing things. 1 second. Shit. I should have that. That is so bad. What am I missing? Am I wrong? No, I'm kind of good. Yeah. Oh no, I will commit on Friday. Don't forget about it. That's I'm a designer. I don't give a shit. So yeah, triple equal was kind of not really useful. It could have been, if needed, if we had like strictly equal to, if 42 was a string, I think. But even then, I don't think that's necessary anyways. So yeah, that works. And then you need to do the same thing again. If you just do visuals, yeah. I'm sorry, what? right? That should work. What? Fix the function if is less to remove the if else statement. Oh, to remove the if else statement. So yeah. So, was one too many, and that thing that thing was not necessary. What the fuck? What am I missing? Oh, that. I forgot the parenthesis. I said nothing. Is that true? That JS was made in a day? Because that could be interesting. I think so. The 2 plus 2 minus 2 would give you 2 as a string, as far as I understand it, which is wrong. It was drafted in a day. Interesting. Well, I can see that. So modify the function AB test so that A or B are less than 0. The function immediately exit whose value of undefined. So if A is equal to 0 or B is equal to 0, right? You should have a return, which technically I should just, that's my value thing. A return undefined, which is wrong, but it's okay. Else what? I don't know. Should I have a fucking else? Yeah, I don't know. I saw chat 1 second. I feel like they have a lot of things in common. And Red, have a good rest of your day. Sorry for the late message response, whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. JavaScript. Alright, I need to read that again. Modify the function AB test, which is what I did, so that A or B, if A or B are less than 0. I am a dumbass. Right? Yeah. I am a dumbass. That's what it is. Alright, that's what it is. We go back to the fucking count counting things, which had me struggling many times. So I need to read that entire thing in its entirety for it to make sense. So you will write a card counting function. It will receive card as parameters, which can have a good food time. And thanks a lot for the good wishes. I appreciate that. It's nice to see you in chat. And thank you for the follow. Also appreciate it. Have a good food time. Maybe see you later. I don't know. Depends on you. You'll write a card counting thing, which can be a number or a string. Fuck. And increment and decrement the global count variable according to the card value before. Cool. Function will then return the string with the current count string. Something's making sense in my head, and also something's not making sense in my head. So I need to pee first. Give me a second. So where was I? Changing the fucking camera is a good idea for a start. I have a feeling that a switch case based on what we just learned earlier would be a good idea, so let me try that. So if switch card as a value, right, that's what we enter, then inside of this we have our case, which takes 2, or a case of 3. I should just duplicate that fucking line, but that's fine. A case of 4, a case of 5, then we shall return something. It's not a return. I don't think it's a return. I think it's a count equal count plus 1. As in, right? I feel like that's an option. So you want to return count plus plus. We will return a string with the current count and a string bet if the count is positive. Oh yeah, no, 100%. I think because this is like basic JS, I cannot. And I need to use the thing that I learned in the past. But yes, you're right. I think one of the example that Stony gave us when we did that the first time was by using something like find or something else, I forgot, which makes sense. So yeah. This is wrong. Can I have a question for the people who knows JS. Can I enclose an if statement inside of my switch case? Like if I feel like if I do that, that's what is the breaking here because of the return? Yeah. Right. I'm gonna try something. I'm sure it's wrong. That makes a lot of sense. If it's case 7, 8, or 9, you do nothing, so you just break. And then if you have a case of 10, Jack, Queen, King, or Ace, then your count -1, and then you break. So that's my switch case function technically, and then from here what I want to have is what it returns is my I mean, it should technically return just count plus the word either bet or old. But like if count is Positive? Can count with a string. It's positive, so it's like if it's above 0, then return bit. Else, which is kind of weird, but whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. So in technicality, I think you're right in the switch case thing. I also think there is like an option to simplify, like if case is between 2 and 6. Selmic, hi, welcome on in. Then +1 if the case is between 7 and 9, do nothing, which technically that entire thing is kind of useless. Like it still works if you don't say anything in the middle. And I think, like as you say, I think you can have an array, but I don't know if that's a thing that we have had yet. But I mean, we can try. Nothing impedes me to just try. Yeah, that does work. Cool. But it feels like that's a thing that could happen, or technically be not an array but an array, and it's like could, but I don't know. Whatever. At least I did that on my own. Oh, fuck me. I hate this thing. I hate this thing. So my dog, I hate this thing just because of that. It has a name of Whiskers, right? It has 4 legs, 3 tails, and instead of enemies, it's like friends without a fucking cap, and that's good. Oh. Oh, hey. Yeah. 15 tails, 2 legs. That's Naruto. I don't know. That's too much big words for me. Nah, that's too much. What the fuck? That's the thing that I'm supposed to check, I think. Yeah, I just did. this is the same thing, right? It's just like, oh, look how you can potentially use dot case or whatever non-dot case it is. I don't fucking know. But it makes no sense. Like, there is no use case later. I don't know if I agree with that. No, there are use cases. They are telling me that there are use cases, right? Basically, they are saying, well, if your props or your, I guess props, are plain numbers or plain text and don't really have spaces in between of them or special characters, then you can use dot notation. But if you have special characters in the meaning in the name, then you need to use the bracket notation in order to contain that thing. But that's it. That makes no sense. Like, you could have said things before, I don't know. I set the plain number variable to 16. For what reason? Then use the variable to look up player names and assign player. What the fuck? Oh yeah, no, you want that to be test object dash. What? That? No. I mean, I haven't read everything. It's fine. Set the player number to 16. Sean, hi, welcome on in. Yeah. So it's technically the same, but it's just I need to do that. Is it? But that makes no sense to me. Like that, it goes straight through. Has no effect on my brain. Yeah. I has done this before, that is true, sadly. Update the my dog object name property. Let's change that to happy. Oh, no. You want, sorry, my bad. So you technically want my dog dot name. I always have a fucking issue with that. Anyways. With a cap. Again, because Um, I am willing to listen if it makes sense. Kerry, I have trouble choosing the project from my few portfolio. Yes, so I can choose between projects that are popular for recruiters, that are very happy, and project that looks fun for me on that. So, yes and no. The recruiters are looking for things that feels familiar to them so that they can um, like project themselves into the thing that you've done, because most of the time the recruiters have no fucking ideas about design or code or project. Stormix, hi, welcome on in. However, the content of your portfolio should contain things that you want to do and not things that you don't want to do. So it's not a question of fun or not fun, because I'm having like a lot of fun creating the icons for the mom project.
Mom!
But I don't want to do that for a company ever. I want to do that for myself, but I don't want to do that for a company. So technically speaking, I shouldn't put that on my portfolio. Nowadays speaking, I'm experienced enough to just say I don't give a shit and I can put whatever I want in my portfolio and that's fine. But now,
Submov is now following.
not yet. The dyslexia is hard. It's Obmov, I guess. Welcome on in, thanks for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. So yes, basically use project that you want to do. That's the answer. And so if you have project that you have had fun in before and these are the things you want to do in the future more, then do that on your portfolio. One of the things that you can do, which is hard, but it's great, is find a project that you have fun with that would be a fake project that contains every aspect of popular projects. So if you take delivery apps as an example, but you you said art supply store. Well, you can have Phils. Hi, welcome on in. You can have an art supply store that has a delivery option. You can have an art supply store that has like a hosting section where you have medias there which contain music, which is like basically using Spotify as a reference. You could have a bar located at the first floor of that art supply that has a location, and so that art supply website app thing will contain Starbucks-ish type of apps. And so that's a Frankenstein monster of a project, but in the end, when the recruiters or designers will come into your portfolio and they will see just one thing, they can have at the top a section saying, what are you interested in? And if you have like sections for barista, section for DJ, section for delivery, whatever, you can click on that, and then you have a section that is allocated to case studies for that specific thing. That's a lot of work, but it works. But I would highly recommend you to put things that you want to do. So the basic answer is put things on your portfolio that you want to do in the future, and then don't cater yourself to the hiring manager, mainly because the hiring manager is someone that isn't the person that you will work with. And so if they cut you off in the beginning because they didn't see something that they didn't resonate with, it means that the company in itself doesn't have a good vision that translated to the hiring manager in the first place, so you don't want to work there. But yeah, yeah, like if you have a Spotify redesign, a Facebook redesign, a Starbucks redesign, a YouTube redesign, or a Netflix redesign as the main redesign that people designer are doing, Amazon redesign type of thing, we've seen that plenty of times. So you can take the same basis and do that. One of the examples that I've given in the past was, what is one app that you are using on the daily, like really using on the daily? And it can be one of the popular apps like Instagram, Spotify, whatever, but use a pain point that you see on the daily. So for example, one thing that is pretty amazing for me is I have plenty of accounts on Instagram, and my building related account, which basically if you want to check them out, they are here. My building account, I will go there directly. It will be way better. This one and this one. So this one, because it has been created with my VPN in France, I think I am locked into a very specific UI when I'm posting something. And this one, because it has been created while I was in Japan without a VPN, it is locked into the Japanese interface. And even though I'm on the same phone, in the same app, I'm just switching account, I have two different like interface for posting content. And so that is for me a pain point that I see. And so I can take that and create a case study stating something like, I'm daily driving this, I'm using this app X amount of time a day, and from my experience, this is a pain point for me. And so you're basically creating case studies around a pain point that is specific to you, so you draw from a personal experience, and then you find a solution while keeping the design language of the app and the constraints of the app. So that showcase so much for someone like me, for example, as a hiring manager. You will showcase that you can see pain points, understand them, potentially like do some research, even though it's like research on yourself, but like some research on why is it a pain point and what could be better. You can also show that you have like more constraint related skills, that you can like follow a design language that is not yours. Right on it. Have a good rest of your day. And so that's pretty interesting. And then And then one of the things that we like to do with these pain point related content, for big companies that doesn't work, but like for medium-sized, small-sized companies, you can 100% take what you've done for free, and send that to said company. And sometimes they reply, sometimes they don't, sometimes they care, sometimes they don't care. One of the things that we say is like you do that case studies, and then you do like a LinkedIn post when you tag the app creator in there, and maybe after your 15th post, that will land you a job in one of the companies that you want to work with. Maybe it's after the 50th, maybe it's after the 100th post, but still, it's like, it's an interesting thing to do, to just draw from experience and pain points rather than drawing from what everyone is doing, which is just, let's do redesign, without understanding why you do redesign. So that's the thing. But yeah, mainly do things that you want to do in the future. Yeah. In the LinkedIn section, this has been said multiple times, but like LinkedIn seems to be pretty good at basically making sure that you are paired with people that have a similar mindset in some situation, but also the ability to connect you with other big companies. So that can help as well. So yeah, I hope that helps. I mean, I know that helps. You said thank you, but like, if you have more questions, feel free to ask. That if I said things that you didn't understand, feel free to ask again. I hate this thing. What am I missing? No, so I should do that. You wanna fuck me? My bad. I always forget about that. That was weird. But yeah, also portfolios are pretty wild as a thing. I hate them and I like them at the same time. It's weird. Like, it makes sense to have a portfolio, but as soon as you publish your portfolio, you are basically like done. And it's outdated as soon as you drop it. So yeah, I don't know. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's a mistake. Convert the switch statement into an object called lookup. So technically appreciate that. Uh, eh, take, whatever. Shit. Look up, right? Oh, look up without the fucking thing. And then you have equal. And your case is gonna be your props. And your result equal is gonna be that. And instead of a column, it's gonna be a fucking these. Fucking these makes no sense, but you get the idea. I know. I should 100% use not my mouse cursor thing. Something is always wrong. I don't get it. What is wrong, just so that I can explain, most of the time, is the fact that the example that we have on the left side is always having some color coding things going on that are better than what we have here. So that just, I don't like, that makes no sense. They I don't know why. That's the thing. Like, I have my overall layout that is similar, but just not the same. Something is missing. I don't know what it is. Yeah, no, I have my value that is in gray and I have my lookup that is in gray, even though I have set my lookup inside. I don't understand what I'm missing. When I'm creating an object called lookup, which is what is asked here. But it needs to be using that into value. So I don't have the right to change the code that is here. That's the thing. Because otherwise I just do that and then we kind of good. But I don't think that's the point of this. I don't think that's the thing. I think I need to define results. Which is what breaking my brain right now. Yeah, but I can't change that for that specific reason. Change the code above this line only. So, like the result is supposed to technically take the lookup, and when it was the previous version, we just do that just in case. It has a switch case that check the value, which is what I kind of want to have, which is not a switch case, but right, needs to have all that for my value here. It's supposed to work, but then I have that makes no sense to me. No, you are saying 15 messages in one go without making any sense. You invoke your phonetic with Charlie, you take the Charlie into the function as a variable named var, so const var equal Charlie. No, that's not the question. That's not the... that's not that. I need to convert the switch case, which is here, into an object. That's it. But then I need to look up the value, and that's where I'm lost. And assign the associated strings to the result, which is making no sense. Like result adams, which is what we have here, which makes sense. But when I'm switching this fucking thing to an object inside of my scope, that's where I'm fucked. Using key again. Key is still a thing that you explained last time, but doesn't really make sense. I feel like I need to define value. That's the thing. And you said like value, so that it's shit. No, that's wrong, but thank you. That makes more sense. Key value, which is what I have here, right? Am I wrong on that, or am I not wrong? I don't think. Do you think the case is the key? Zombie, hi. Values patterns in a function, you can use it to pick a property from the object, like lookup.val. Yeah, but I can't do that, as far as I know. Or maybe I can, and I'm just dumb. So use either dot or array notation to get the value from the object by its key name. That's the thing that I don't understand. Yeah, I now have an object called lookup. The thing that is pissing me off is that Why the fuck is that gray when it shouldn't? It should be white. I'm still a designer. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So I technically converted my switch case into an object called lookup, right? Terracan. Result. I cannot change the code that is here. So I need to assign result before, but result is there. So you're telling me that I need to result equal that? That makes no sense. Yeah, that makes no sense. So let me reread what Stoney said. You have an object that is named lookup. You now want to return the value of Charlie. It makes no sense to me to use a bracket notation to call property that is then used later technically here. I don't know, that feels weird, but whatever. I guess it makes sense. I guess it makes sense. Maybe. Yeah. That maybe it's that time of day where I'm like, my brain doesn't want to cooperate anyways anymore, which would make sense. But yeah, I don't know. Let me just replace the URL with this one so that we just keep the right place that we are at that instant. I have an object with title whatever. Yes, that makes sense. That's okay. That so far that makes sense. Breed baby, hi, welcome. You only want title, so you want like object dot title whatever. Yeah. So yeah, get property from whatever, then you have your title. Yeah, but I didn't do a get property from, or I mean I didn't do like I didn't do anything that makes sense. That's what I'm saying. Because what you are explaining right now makes sense. Mainly, I think it's mainly because it's named properly compared to what FreeCodeCamp is giving, which is not named to make sense to a non-dev yet. Again. And so that's why I have a lot of issues. Because I'm like, that makes no sense. Like that change didn't. Yeah, I think the real life learning will be useful, but I need to understand the structure, because you can't throw me through something. Oh, all right. All right. I know. 1 second. I know why it wouldn't work. If you throw me through a real life example of a code example in JS, my first instinct is not to look for an answer or a solution. My first instinct is to say, this doesn't work, fuck it. Whereas in the design world, my first instinct is, why is that? So I think it's a brain thing, which means with the structure that I already have in my brain of how I learn, I need the base structure to say, like, I need to understand why it works and why it doesn't work before I can move on to something different in code. Whereas in design, I'm like, I'll just test things out. So. Yeah. So it's the dev instinct thing that don't exist yet. So it makes sense to you. It doesn't make sense to me at all. But that's the thing that you were saying, right? As own property, that, and then you want what? Check prop. That's the thing? No, that's not the thing. I didn't read shit. Yeah, because it has, if it doesn't make sense, it has no meaning not making sense. So if it doesn't make sense to me at that point, that means that I can move on. It's not necessary. Like, can't have a good call. Like, that's not a thing that can happen. I don't think I will be in 30 minutes, no. Probably not. Tired. And I have neighbors now that I didn't have before. But yeah, no, it's just I'm trying to think and apply the logic with or to a design project and what would happen, right? If I'm building something in design, technically it's a yes or no, it's a true false situation. It's either I have something or I don't, and then it's how do I want to make it look, but that's it. However, in code, it's more or less, I have all of this, which same thing. I'm in the same situation that I explained last time, which is the code that I'm learning right now is the structural thing that I need to learn in order to potentially move on to something different. However, it is too simple. Like, it doesn't require thinking, and that's why I'm moving on so fast. Like, it doesn't explain anything, and it doesn't require any explanation other than if you understood what has been written in the left side, you can write it on the right side and you move on. Whereas technically, and Jeannie, hi, welcome on in the design thing, if I do, like, it's always true, if I can say that. Like, anything that you do in design will work, as in, if I create a button with a shadow, it's a button with a shadow. And the fact that it's like good looking or not good looking is something that you need to learn over time. But creating a button is just like creating a rectangle with text on top. And so it will work anytime, every time. Whereas in code, if I forgot a fucking cap, if I forgot a colon or semicolon or something, it doesn't work. And the only thing that I need to do to make it work is copying what is on the left side to the right side, and it works. So I think it's a practice thing for me, more or less. Like, I need to practice as much as I can in order to be able to then understand what I'm doing, which makes sense, right? But for now, there are things like these like make no sense. Yeah. I mean, that also makes sense. That is why I went to the hospital for 3 days. Because I'm learning too much shit at the same time. I need to stop at some point. But no, you're right. Shit. Oh, I'm too tired to... I was about to continue, but I'm too tired to do anything on that thing. Anyways. I'm just tired. But yeah, you're right. Like... I think it's... I think you're right. It's still... I have a feeling that the amount of content that I need to learn is probably in the ES6, not regex, but the one that is right after, in the courses, that would give me some of the information that I need to potentially throw myself into real situation code regarding what I want to achieve, which is like the basic of Figma plugin, which is pretty simple, but still, because there is like so much documentation, so much help on creating a plugin for Figma that could be like that could be interesting, but it's still feel like I'm missing things that are like fundamentals to understanding. Like, I know that I don't know how to structure Git, like a repo or something. I know that I don't know how to get any value from anything that is outside of the content of what I have in front of me. And I know that this is what I need for later, but that's fucking complicated. And I'm not saying that dev is easy. I think some dev are easy. Like, there are some things that just make sense, that just easy to do. But yeah, I don't know. Going back to the way that my brain is working, I need the knowledge first before I can create new knowledge, which is kind of weird. Like, and I said that since the beginning. I need the syntax and the words first. It's the same thing that I need for Japanese for now. Like, I need to learn the words that I'm missing to potentially construct phrases later that are understandable. I'm talking Japanese. Not right, but understandable. And then someone who knows can correct me and say, this works, but if you do that, it's better. Or me going into somewhere, Stack Overflow as an example, and being able to say, well, I'm looking to do that, and then there is someone that has like some sort of a solution, and instead of just copy and pasting the thing, I need to understand what is written first. So the knowledge is important to me before I can move into something else. Yeah, I do agree with you there. I think I have some sort of an advantage on planning ahead, because these planning ahead is part of the design journey and trying to think ahead for products, saying like, oh, we have that today, but we will have that tomorrow, and so we need this and that in between to make sure that that tomorrow thing works. That's a thing that I've done, which takes a lot of like brain power as well. So I think it's the planning is always the hardest thing anyways, and I agree with you with that, but it's just I think I need the knowledge first, or at least right now, to be able to move on to something different. So yeah. But I'm not gonna outdo myself again and end up in the hospital again in 4 months because I've done too much shit at the same time. So I'm just focusing on learning code on Thursdays. And yeah, the thing is, the stuff that I learned in Free Code Camp, I cannot find in my head a way to use it. Like, there is nothing that I can think of that would work. Like, for addition, subtraction, and all that, it would be some sort of a calculator. In order to do calculator, I need to be able to understand the creation of buttons and actions and all that, which is not an option that I don't know about. The like CD record that they have as an example is good if I want to do a table, but that's it. There is nothing more that like I haven't learned yet how to assign, for example, the value of an object to a text string somewhere in an HTML5, that's the thing, or component. So I don't know how to create a visual thing yet. And I think that happens later inside of the ES6 course. Once these things, which are like simple concept, which I could 100% Google and just say, how the fuck do I do a button, or how the fuck do I assign a value from an object to a button? But still, one of the code reference that I had was the I think I still have that. What's the name? There is this guy that is doing the JavaScript full course that has, or that is basically building a copy of Amazon that takes buttons and covers and articles of things like table data structure things that make sense.
Animatia's
So-
just resubscribed for 23 months. It been 84 years.
It's been indeed 84 years. It's almost a year. Thanks a lot for the resub. 23 months and 5 months in a row, so almost 2 years. That's a lot. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. You arrive at the end, though. Again, we are getting out in like 11 minutes exactly. And I'm saying ES6 because it's the next thing. That's the reason. But yeah. I, do you understand what I'm saying, Stoney? As in, I need some sort of knowledge or more knowledge of creation before I can jump into a movie app or calculator app or whatever store I can have. But yeah, it will happen, maybe, unless what usually happens again, which is always an option, which is I need money, I find a job, and then I don't have time to learn because I need to focus on the job, which is usually what happens. Like I have sometimes I get an interest, and then while that interest is working, I am interest in code. There is like a new feature in the companies, or a new job, or a new something, and yeah, no, I know, but you told me multiple times that the teaching capacities that you have are not the best. So I'm relying on Free Code Camp for now. And Kane, before I go, because it's like in 10 minutes, but still, how's the visa, passport thing, new job, all that? Tell me. Before everything goes to shit. Also, at the same time, looking at things. Yeah, no, that's also true, Stoney. That's absolutely true. I could do that. Oh, you have the Italian passports? Cool. That yeah. Damn, sorry. I just saw something that, yeah. Damn, of course. That's not gonna happen. They gave it to you the same day? Holy shit. Yeah, I've been trying to look at the videos from, well, all the fucking code learning platforms that exist, to get like a better understanding, but still, that has been kind of hard. So, yeah. Shit, I have that fucking habit of closing windows, which makes no sense. Anyways, I guess. Maybe. Whatever. So yeah. Regarding the jumping into code, Stony, I'm trying to stall for like 6 minutes. I need to figure out the mini project that I want to do, in order to find something that makes sense. So the plugin in Figma makes a lot of sense because it's like really easy, really simple for me to do, in terms of understanding what are the next steps and all that. But I think I need a plan. Once again, going back to what is complicated, I need to plan the full thing, and what I'm missing and what I'm not missing. So maybe we can do that tomorrow, of like planning and explaining the plugin in a text format, or in an IDE format, whatever, to make it makes more sense up until I can potentially see some of the structure of function or variable that I need in there, but I don't, like, there is like so much shit that needs to happen for me to be able to jump into a project like a Figma plugin, as in, I have no knowledge of how the fuck an API works, or how to use the variables that already exist in said API or package that you can like import in your project, like all of that. No clue. So I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Damn, that's cute. That's what you are onboarding for? Damn, that's neat. That's less neat, but yeah. That's interesting. The shadow is kind of strong, but that's an interesting thing. And they have the same pricing methods as me. They're a bit more or less expensive. Less expensive than me, kinda. That's interesting. I don't like that, but that's I have my reasons. Yeah, I mean, if I have like a website that is like static, um, but even then, that is something that makes no sense. Like, if I have, um, if I have a website that is basically, um, static, HTML, CSS, and then I want to add some JavaScript to it, even that, I don't. There is nothing in the free code camp stuff yet that explain that entirely. So as you say, it's like HTML plus JS as a mix, or JS plus HTML, but still, I have not a single clue of how to do that, and I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, I think it's more back end. And yeah, maybe I could try the tutorial, if that's a thing. But yeah, I agree. I agree. Anyway, anyways, let me press that button. I'm waiting for 45, which is like basically now. So this is the end of the stream. So if you want to watch the VODs for some reason, watch me struggle with code, that happens on YouTube in like a day and a half or something, if I think about it. If you want to know when I'm live and where I'm live, you can join me on Discord as well. That's also a great place if you want to ask questions when I'm not live. Want to follow me on socials, do that for whatever reason you want. If you want to give me money,
Mom!
do that. It's way better than anything else. But we are rating Pot, which is doing some co-working. I think she has a camera on her balcony for some reason, but yeah, that happens. But yeah, joining for the raid, we highly appreciate it. As always, if things go well, I shall be back tomorrow with less code thing, but still we will probably talk about it. I don't know. But yeah, that's it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care of yourself, and I will see you soon. Bye.